Oh well. Just mute that. Oh, is the air conditioning too loud? Because I don't know if it picks up on this. Probably does. Now I can see the green bar graphic there. Just turn it off. Hard to say. Yeah, these LED things are probably not that accurate. Yeah, I've got that. I think I've got a good modulation there. Ah, something new going into the system. September, early September. Not saying what it is yet. I'll keep it hush hush until I test it, and then install it. It'll only do some basic things at present, or it will only do basic things then, uh, until I decide I want to upgrade something extra onto it, and if that works out, that'll probably be a few months. That'll probably be maybe later the year, maybe early next year, if I'm still alive. And my cats have not eaten me. Well, if they do, clean your plates. But then my cats will perish because it'll probably be about a few months until someone smells something a bit weird. And then, the police break in and all the paramedics, and then they find a dead corpse. So I don't know. I'm a bit optimistic of the myself. I'm not scared. Anyway, let me see now. Okay, something cheery. So something be going in place here in the rack. So I'm not saying what it is. So this will be uninstalled. I'll probably sell it. Sell it a little, just a fraction cheaper than most of the ones. So yeah, maybe I might sell that. But I've got to make some rack space because there's really no real rack space left in this rack. Because that's 2U frame, isn't it? That's 2U. That's 1U frame. That's 2U frame. Even though there's 1U frame there, 1U frame spare at the bottom. I could ignore and uninstall this DEQ. Was 3 of them that they were running on the screen channel, but then I decided to change it out. That's still only connected to the left center, right center, but I'm not presently using it. So it's when it's in power off, it's bypassing the any EQ function or whatever. I could still keep that in the rack. Shift these DSU4s down a little lower. Shift the DTS. I don't use the DTS. I don't use that much. I think the last time I used that was probably about a year or so, maybe year and a half or so. Because it's a processor that only has outputs on it, so it's got to be connected to something that's got a fader on it and so forth. Otherwise, I wonder if it's possible to modify this. Probably possible, depending on what's behind the panel, and whether there's a possibility of modification. Because could put a fader on it somewhere, and then it can control the output levels. But normally, most processors sometimes don't have a fader on them, and they're just everything's connected in like a daisy chain sort of thing, and then one processor for with its fader. Uh, oh, oh dear. I like to think of more ways to improve the sound in this room, the sound playback, and not just the sound playback, but sound positioning and or sound frequency positioning, because it's not just speaker and it's frequency and what that frequency is doing randomly in a mix or whatever. Just want, well, I suppose the word is a little bit more encompassing sound that's not just commonly in the same places where it's typical, and on dub stage to cinema to most home cinemas where it's just the same thing. Most people, if they stick around on these forums and they're asking this question, that question, and they just got a practically a bare bones home theatre that can do very little. And what inspired someone to even buy an AVR? Is it just for the mere entertainment? There you go. And so what? I don't want anything too complicated. But then we take the real thing for granted and don't think of how complex it is. How detailed, and think like, well, I want it sort of similar to that, but I know it's never going to be like the real thing, because that one is impossible to do. Though cranking up or turning up gain levels to a point where SPL level is to a point where it's going to damage your hearing, and then you think, what was the point of all that then, huh? I mean, yesterday I was out at the restaurant for fish and chips, and I could just barely stand the loudness. It was just getting to me, the loudness in the restaurant of all the people chatting, and the frying over one side in the restaurant where all the frying's done. Yeah, it was just getting to me. In the mid range, it was probably, yeah, louder than I play the mid range in this room. Because at the end of the day, there's these things are like they're fabricated, and I don't think I don't think anyone would really care to particularly hear a soundtrack where someone's yelling, because even when you yell, you monitor the frequency, the SPL level, it can reach near to 100 dB, and that's a little bit too much. If you got something that's like, you got a good record, you come across something that's got a good recording on it, and then you think, wow, that's good, it's not distorting or anything, but I don't need to play it at that, where people are yelling, or you can't get real explosion sounds, because they're total different sort of things. You get boom and blam, boom and kaboom and all that. Real explosions, pressure and everything of it, you know. But you get something a little that's way better than a sound bar, then yeah. Uh, Presently, at the moment, I'm running the Living Daylights DVD. I don't know why I'm running the Living Daylights. Maybe it's put the hook in me. It's got a decent Dolby Stereo film mix. I'm just running the surrounds and using the below surround because I believe the surrounds on the Living Daylights are I think they're mono discrete. I think because I can't hear any particular hard panning sounds that are moving left or right. Um, and using the bass shakers that are attached on the back of the seat, I'm using those only for the surround. So only the surround signals going into the bass shakers, and I'm using the bass shaker is almost as full range as it would go to until the frequency on the highs just completely drop off, or even if you hear them, they're going to make a very ringing sound because the metal structure of the bass shaker, you tap your finger on it, you can hear it. It makes a certain resonant sound. But either way, it adds an extra dimension. I think it's a little bit better than the little Dayton exciters that I was using, even though they were not too bad, but they can only do um, a certain amount of low frequency excursion until they just give up the ghost. You'd need an array of those Dayton exciters, or I would need an array. Thank you. Rephrase that. Stuck on the back of the seat, maybe like four of them, so that they would maximize the low frequency feel as best as it can do. But I think I'll just use the bass shakers that are on the back of the seat. Can't see it because there's no light back there and it's too dark. Um, of course, I've got the other bass shakers on the. Where did I put them? Did I fit it inside the seat? Yeah, I've completely forgot. Yeah, I fit my other bass shakers inside the seat itself. This one under here is still attached underneath, and so is that one over there. Because the way the behaviour or the characteristic of the bass feel and that when it's in its upright position or when it's in a vertical position or if it's in an upside down position, they're going to have slight different characteristic in the sort of thing. Takes a little bit of doing to notice it with sine wave testing. Um, but generally, the magnet structure of the thing, of the piston, of the voice coil inside, are pretty stiff. It's not like you turn it upside down and you can hear the voice coil dropping down or anything, unless of course it was knackered. Um, so I've done some measurement earlier that this new uh, upgrade or such, because I'm not saying what it is at the moment. Um, so almost going to be the depth of this rack. So that'll make it a little bit easier when connecting it up. And connecting it up is going to be pretty complicated. Not for the faint-hearted of home theatres, because it'll be a very complicated wiring scheme. And if it goes well, I'll upgrade the other thing to it several months later. Um, but yeah, I think I would definitely have to remove that from the rack. Otherwise, there's not going to be any rack space there. See, when I watch a movie, I'm just completely watching and listening to the sound and thinking, you know, when you hear the surrounds, you usually hear mid and high frequency, typically up at this angle. And that's not how real life sound works, particularly if it's got windy or wind sounds or any sort of breeze blowing, whatever wind sound, yeah. because the real thing is completely uniform in reality. But when you hear it in these, it's like coming from, and it's like, that doesn't make sense. It's distracting. Not many people, even though, you got that guy with his home theatre and his room is about the same size as my room, give or take a couple of feet. Um, why, you know, have an awkward home theatre where you got loads of sub bass speakers and you got poor reproduction on the surround speakers where they look a little bit odd. I don't think anyone's going to get immersed in surround. Um, it's just bass. Might as well just turn all the other levels or all the other things off and just listen to the bass or feel it, depending on which comes first. Is it the chicken or the egg? um, and how bass works in reality, how real bass works in reality. Even still, when going on the bus and bass on your home theatre or your LFE, it's like two speakers. It's just doing well. I was to say, it's just doing that. The real thing is doing this. On a bus, the amount of vibration, mechanical uh, vibration, road surface, everything, and it's just jiggling like this. I don't think there's no encoding, decoding for Otherwise, I'd be hearing and feeling that at a cinema. But what's on the mix? What's there that can be, you know, tricked? Anything on the across the LCR channels, and then using crossover filters, going into other sub bass speakers, not just to just produce, to not just to producing boom on your ears, and you're going to feel very little mechanical because you're going to be hearing more of that and only going to be feeling that. And that's a little bit of a trade-off. It disappoints. It should be 50-50. So it's like the moment instant it starts, it's like, whoa. And it's not impossible. It's quite easy to do. Not many people want to do it because they think it would cost stupid amount of money. Of course it doesn't. Depends on how you design the system into a wooden frame into the room, and how everything's connected and tested, and so that that it does this, it works, it gives a certain percentage in mechanical feel, because you want to get all the mechanical feel, because that's what we feel in reality, whether you like it or not. Some people say they don't like bass shakers, but you feel it every time you get in your vehicle and drive. It's just that, oh, not so used to it in music or movie or a gaming, and yet I can, this is an argument you can't win, and yet you do it even when you're walking around the room. You feel your own mechanical vibration. Let that sink in. Now then, if someone's walking past you, and depending on what the floor surface is made of, if it's concrete, you only hear the sound. You don't feel it. If it's a wooden floor that very flimsy, you probably feel the vibrations going across the wooden floor. On a bus, because of the way it's designed and the floor. You feel the footsteps moving, walking around on the bus. When someone's walking past me, I'm looking downwards slightly, and I can hear the footsteps and the impact of each until so it's coming near, gets near, it gets closer, and then fades, moves away from me, and then someone sits down. And then it's that sort of point where you don't really notice the footsteps because of the bus's mechanical vibration of the engine vibration going through the vehicle. All those details, they're called nuances, and those are the things that I totally notice and aware of. And when people talk about nuances in movies, I don't know what the bloody hell they're talking about. There's not a lot in movies where you're going to get that actual movement because of the general speaker layout, or they're following an old, outdated code of practice that is decades old, outdated. The whole surround system, even if it was playing multi-discrete or on the mixing and encoding, or if it's an old Dolby stereo film with mono matrix surround, it should completely encompass. And then you'd get the idea of, oh wow, The Empire Strikes Back knocks my bloody socks off. And you can do sort of things with, you don't have to have direct sound coming from below on the floor in-floor speakers. You can use crossover filters or such to, but you get the feel of it because it would just transmit into the seats, even when you're standing up and walking around, you still feel it going through your body, just like you do on a bus. You feel the mechanical vibration, you hear the acoustical, and you feel the mechanical. 50-50. It should be 50% on the sound at a comfortable level, and 50 on the, well, yeah. I don't know what it is, but bloody hot weather today. 26 Celsius, crying. I was going to go out for fish and chips again, but I thought, oh, sod it, it's too hot. I barely made it home alive yesterday. It was too much. I was fading in and out and wobbling around while I was trying to get back, come from the bloody bus stop. Bloody hell, too much. My heart, too much. Can't stand it. I'm fed up with it. I spent nearly the whole year, mostly now, indoors in bed, or laying on the bed, because I don't need to cover myself up yet because it's not winter time. But oh fucking hell, air conditioner on and off all the bloody time. Temperature's creeping up. It's 24. It's 24 in here at the moment. I'll just put the AC back on. Oh, and when seated yesterday and eating, I think around about 10 minutes after eating fish and chips, I just want to lay down on the seat because it's a long seat where I was sat. And I just felt like laying down because my body just can't tolerate anymore being in a vertical position and eating. When I eat a meal at home, I eat a meal quickly and then I just go straight back to bed. Or if I'm in here, but it's a quick meal. But when I'm eating for bloody 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I'm completely knackered. Can't figure it. Cannot figure it. Maybe an MD can tell me the reason, because I know it's blood flow going through my body, and it's not, say, like the correct percentage. My heart should be doing 50%. The blood flow going through me should be 50%, the whole thing 100%, but it's not, because one of my heart chamber is failed, and I'm getting less percentage, and my legs just felt like bloody, like you feel like a normal person. You go walking around non-stop for 8 hours. 8 hours non-stop, no sitting down. I tell you, your legs will feel completely knackered, and mine were knackered in less than an hour. Felt like I've been walking around for 8 hours. Even though if I cycle, probably because the difference in the dynamics on the pressure on the legs is a little bit different. Because, I'm steadily cycling, and I'm sat on a saddle, and as long as I don't overdo it, and I'll get dizzy or black out, because if I stumble and fall off a bike, I'm going to damage my head. And that scares me. Oh dear. Everything's got dynamics and pressures. Everything's got everything. Maybe that's why I feel most at the time when I step out the seat and I stand up, because I'm usually scared now. I didn't used to be scared, but when I step up out of the seat, it scares me, because I know how it's going to feel on my legs. And by the time I walk from this position over to about here, I then start getting dizzy. Most times, that is. And it scares me, because after having a very bad history of blackouts, I've lost count how many blackouts I've had. I think maybe, anything over 3, that's not good. I think it's over 5 blackouts. Somewhere landed on the kitchen floor, and I don't even remember how I got there. Not a clue. Yeah. See, I just watch the picture. I can watch it silent and think, wow, But then I might be watching this silent and think it's a monofilm mix. How can I make a monofilm mix sound like really like the dog's bollocks? The dog's bollocks. um, wow, the practical effects on this movie. Bloody hell. No CGI, no AI, none of that James Cameron's AI mummy's basement. Oh, look at that. Practical effects. Model work. RC bloody radio control. Bloody hell. When I first saw this at the cinema, I didn't even think of that until I read the Cinefex magazine on how they did the visual effects, and thought, wow, I wouldn't think that looks like the real thing. It's just clever execution on filmmaking. I think a lot of these filmmakers today that do all these wokey Superman and Batman, Spider-Man rubbish, I think they should learn from old techniques. That CGI, when you look at it, it looks like a bloody animated movie. It's either make an full animated movie, or leave out the CGI, for crying out loud. You either use great landscape things for grandeur, spectacular things, but when you see it all CGI in these movies, it just looks fake. Honest fake. And the bloody sound mixing sometimes on some of those movies is absolutely atrocious. Wow, it can't even fill in all the detail. When you hear all, so like if you see a camera looking down and you see all these boats going up, like in some, what was that movie with Brad Pitt? With the sword and sandals, and I don't think that HDVD disc plays anymore. I got no, it's Warner Brothers. No, that's complete dud. I think I got the DVD. I think, yeah. What was it called? Troy, or the something? Was it called Troy? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. And you see a scene where the camera's looking down, you see all these boats going up, and then you probably hear crowds or people, very distant, because it's, you know, sound. When you hear in a mix and over a typical left, center, right, it does sound a little hokey. The real thing is just made up of individual things, and when you put it all together, or when it is all together, it's like when I was at the restaurant and listening to all these people, and it just, the sound pressure of the middle frequency range just started to get to me yesterday. But if you were to subtract each person one by one, the sound or the frequency, when monitoring in science, it changes and gets less and less and less and less. Most people were pretty distant away from me, and only a few tables near to me, but it soon, becomes a cacophony, because everything is overlapping, but it is all made up of individual voices, and uh, where they are, and how sound frequency is traveling wavelength, and the restaurant itself, wooden floor, so it's going to be reflective. Tables, mostly all wooden, so that's reflective. Wall surfaces, reflective. Ceiling, reflective. It's pretty reflective. If it were absorbed, the sound frequency will go from something like that down to something like that. It would decrease. There you go, acoustics. 101. That's why this room absorbed. But it still can sound loud. But if I took out all the, you know, absorbent material and then play something again, maybe, simple thing to record is get a balloon, get the record thing ready on the Room EQ Wizard, and then pop the balloon, and then it would record the reverberation time. And then, oh yeah, it's going to take me a few hours or maybe a few days to put all the acoustic things all stuck back on the walls and ceiling, and then balloon in the exact same position and do it again, and then look at the revert, and then look at the graph overlay to see what the difference is. This room would only have a very small pinging sound to it if there was no treatment on the walls. Clap hand, it wouldn't echo much because it's not deep enough. But it would have a certain you know, but not like going into a under a subway underpass, and then you go ooh, and it just echoes for about a few seconds until the echo decays. You don't want to hear your room reflective, period. The only thing you want to hear is what's on that soundtrack. What they mix onto that soundtrack, they mix echo effects and all that. That is part of the illusion. But you don't want to hear the room because it just adds extra dB loudness, and then you end up turning the whole blood. And EQ doesn't solve it. EQ, this EQ nonsense that they're pumping around on all this Dirac Odyssey, bloody Genesis, whatever you want to call it. It's an EQ at the end. It is not a bloody room correction. It's a speaker correction. If you want to do room correction, you got to apply materials physically to the ceiling and walls, and then you got to check it with a microphone to see whether or not it's making any beneficial difference. If it's if it's going to be marginal at certain frequencies, you're not going to really notice that too much now. You want to see some dramatic improvement, not too small. If I thought a movie, or I turn the levels up and everything on the bass cabs to the HF horns. Presently, I'm running some because I know the characteristics on my HF horns. I know what their frequency response is. Presently, I just put in two filters. I didn't even EQ it, basically, to or check it on the RTA. I just randomly put in a few filters because I can see the characteristic. I thought if I put a filter there and a filter here and cut it down by 15 dB, I've got little gain levels, or they're called ART research. They're little passive variable resistors, and they're connected onto on the rack for my HF amplifiers. And usually those were set halfway, and all I've done is I've turned them back up to full gain range. Um, Played a few films like Living Daylights, and I thought, yeah, that sounds okay. I think it's picking up a little bit more of the lower end of the frequency range on the HF form, which would be down probably near 400, maybe 300 hertz. But without clinical testing, putting microphone close to the screen, and where you put it close to the screen. Put your microphone off axis, on axis, slightly to one side of the HF horn. You just got to move it around and just look at the frequency, but you're listening back here with your ears where something's up front, and you got a microphone up pretty close. Unless, of course, I get on a step ladder and I sit pretty close. I know what it sounds like because I've had the HFs on a table where I had to do, alignment checks and such. I know what they sound like, and I don't have to crank them up bloody loud because the damn thing's so damn close to me, and I listen to it at a close level, and I'm thinking, wow, it makes a sound bar sound like a load of rubbish. I don't know why people buy sound bars, honestly. There are plenty of things you can get on eBay second hand. But, sometimes you get raw deals and sometimes you get a good deal. You know, yeah, this THX cinema really buzzes, but I don't want to care to push sub bass at a stupid level, because if I push it at stupid, it then overwhelms the bass on the stage channel or the surround. You got to have it within tight tolerance of a few dB. You can't have sub bass way up there and then your screen speaker is all down here. it just gets overwhelmed, and then you just end up with a muddy, boomy, well, load of rubbish. Because I've heard that in one cinema one time and thinking, why the bloody hell is that LFE overwhelming the stage channels? God, that was awful. That was terrible. Downtown, that was terrible. Bloody, what was it? The Phantom Menace. God, it sounded terrible. I was thinking, I can't feel the Foley. I can't feel any of that bass or body feel, movement or punches or any of that on the stage channels. It's just bloody, the bloody lightsaber occasionally where it's mixed in the LFE, and it just overwhelms the stage channels. That's like turning up the center channel, bass channel, too much, and then you won't get smooth bass pans going from left, center, right. It would go level, very tiny level on the right, and then it just goes to the center, and it's like that. It doesn't smoothly match. Uh, I've only knocked the temperature down to 23.2. That's a few minutes or so with the AC on. I think I'll go for fish and chips next week. Prediction of rain, and well, that would be overcast, cloudy. Wind speed predicted to be around about 10 mile an hour, so it'd be a bit of a windy breeze. I don't know. I might be able to tolerate it, even though the temperature range would be around about 24 predicted. Um, but I'm not going out in that today. It's 26 Celsius outside, crying out loud. I really thought through. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not a bad summertime, to be frank. Um, I had a few peaks where it got a bit heat wavy, but that sort of steadied down. But now it's just sort of like, it's ideal to go down into the ocean, because the ambient temperature on the ocean would be pretty warm. It feels chilly at first when you get in, but when you start moving around a little bit, you start warming up a little bit. Uh, yeah, I imagine it's not bad down the beach at the moment, but I've not enjoyed this year so far. Uh, so I want to take my cat out. My cat Bear is sick as me. He wants to go out. And I can't take Melanie out yet. She's a very frisky cat, very frisky. Um, yeah, I mean, every time I open my door and such, I mean, I got to hiss, but get her to move away from the door because she will bolt out that door and she runs down and I've got to chase after her. I've lost count. 6, 7 times she's done that. Someone only has to come in downstairs and she'll bolt outside, even though uh, the little accident almost was it a couple of months ago, because my air duct thing for the air conditioner in my bedroom was out the window because it was just getting so unbearably hot, and I had to put the thing a little bit more out to push the hot air out because it was coming back into the room and circulating in kind of one spot in the room, because if I move from one spot it's cool, I move over one side I can feel the warm air. And she climbed out onto the windowsill. Oh, and she fell something like maybe 20, less than 20 feet. and not even not in. She wasn't even injured. Oh, that's 1 9. That's one of her 9 lives used up. Scared me. Very scared me. So she's a very yeah. So when I used to take Magic out on the bike, or I take Bear out. Bear's only jumped out my cat carrier once, and then they put him back in the carrier. He hasn't done that since. He gets relaxed. And then he steps out and he's looking. He stands up and he's looking around. He's smelling smelling everything that's around him that he doesn't smell in the home. He's hearing all the sounds, and the one thing I get I get down the beach and all the seagulls. Steven Seagull, and he's flying all around, and Bear's not even once interested in the seagulls. Yeah, if a seagull were sat at the window, it'd be there and making those little what those cats make? They chirping sounds. They make little kind of chirping sounds that sound very cute. Um, but nah, crikey, not even interested in the pigeons or seagulls down at the beach. Hmm. Steven Seagal. uh, God, fucking hell, it's warm in here. Not to mention this puts out heat. Crying out loud. I wouldn't mind a professional. Well, it's not a professional. I wouldn't mind one of those proper ACs fitted in the ceiling, because those things. From hearing them in the shops or the stores, they're pretty quiet, or they got a dB level frequency, because it is sound frequency. That's a little bit quieter than that AC, but I don't really care. Put it back on again. Put some cool air in there. Crying out! Oh, it works already. Yeah, I was doing everything yesterday to cool myself. Put a cold iced drink on my forehead, on top of my head, because our heads get pretty warm, and put it there. Put something cold up there. It cools down pretty quick. It's either that or climbing up or climbing the walls. Doesn't make yourself look stupid. Like I say, it's either that or climbing the walls. Bloody hell. Everyone else was fine in the restaurant. I'm one, and I'm looking at everyone else downtown when I'm trying to walk up to the next bus to get the next bus. And I'm thinking, I'm one out of several thousand of people that's got a heart issue problem or afibrillation. Though I bumped into other people and asked them what about their condition and how do they feel when they're walking, and they said not a problem. No strain in their legs or anything. So I'm baffled. I'm completely baffled. I'm not stupid. I'm not a twit. I only need an MD to tell me, and then I was think, right, that makes sense. As far as I know, the upper part of the legs need a certain amount of blood pressure, or sorry, blood circulation. It was a few months ago, I think it was. I did a post delivery at night time. Don't know why. I posted something at night time. It was early hours, and yet I could walk pretty easily. I can't figure it. I was thinking, could it be Could it be part of medication that's having detrimental side effects on my condition? And it's got a time cycle that I don't know. It's hard to say. Um, I was looking at my the things you put on your finger, the little portable um, heart rate monitors, and looking at my oxygen level and the heart. Oh god! After the last few days, not good. Didn't look pretty good. Not normal, and I could feel it, and I felt sick. Not sick, but just I thought, oh, maybe this is it. Maybe I'll get some sleep and I'll die in my sleep. It'll be painless. Because if I have a stroke, it's gonna be a little bit painful. Yeah, pisses me off. Don't don't smoke. Don't do fucking illegal drugs. Don't drink alcohol. And yet, you could do energy drinks and overdo it, and that stuff will kill you because it would just take your sugar level, which should be pretty lowish, and it would just escalate it so blooming high to a point where you would have a cardiac. You think, oh, energy drink. You think, oh, it's going to instantaneously give you boost or whatever. I don't believe in that. I don't. I think it'll give you a buzz, you know, but unless I got monitoring equipment on me and I can see what the heck's what is going on, and if I think that's risky, I won't do it. But averagely, my sugar level goes up a little bit. I haven't even tested my sugar level in the last couple of about a month or so. I haven't tested it for a month. I know my sugar level should be. That's daytime. You know, this scene in the Bond movie, right, is supposed to be at night time. Yet you can see the swimming pool in the background, and you can see it's illuminated by the daylight. You can see the bloody, you know, and it's supposed to be like at night time. You know, there's some scenes here where you can see on these camera monitors it's like night time, and of course you see this scene where it's nighttime, yeah. See, this is continuity in movies, continuity. Like even that scene there, that's daytime because I could see the blue sky between all the leaves. I never noticed this shit before. You got to keep watching this shit, and then it's like, why is it daytime? It's gone nighttime, then daytime, and then nighttime. Or maybe they got some floodlighting around this house in the movie. Yeah, that's possible. But I think floodlighting around would only put shadows in certain, there'd be certain angles where where you got floodlights. It's like when you see football stadium floodlighting and you get these multitude of shadows. Yeah, it probably explains the fake moon landings. Why is one shadow going that way and one shadow's going that way? Is there a light over this way and it's putting a shadow that way? I don't know. So if you get something that's very, very bright from a single light source and you got multitudes of objects, what shadows are they going to produce? I just don't believe the moon landings happened. I think the rockets existed, they do all that, and I think the only thing that was on those rockets was not a lem. I don't think they show you maybe clever Stanley Kubrick how they do that 2001 and whatever, and I think what is in the that other part section of the Saturn V was probably nuclear missiles. So they go up there, they're up there for so many days while they're positioning the missiles down on top of Russia because it was a Cold War. And then they make an excuse up for Apollo 13, say they got a problem because I don't know why they want to get the TV viewing because they weren't getting any, you know, I don't know what's going on. Don't forget NASA and all the astronauts. That's mostly all funded by the CIA. The CIA have got their hand in on that bloody thing. There's a radiation between the Earth and the Moon. That's like, oh yeah, make a very large microwave oven and then just turn the damn thing on, and then yeah, for a few seconds, and you're not going to be feeling okay after that. I just don't believe it. I used to. I used to be 100% believer. And then I just had some doubt one day because they just kept talking about going back to the moon. And they haven't done that since. And then you get all these other astronauts saying in low Earth orbit, uh, we're gonna we're gonna do this and that, and then go to the moon. It's not like he said we have been to the moon, or they have, not we, because is it we include the astronaut on the ISS? No, it's they, allegedly. But I just, you know, otherwise, why would they keep babbling on about every bloody president that's gone past? How many presidents since the 1980s? And they're babbling on about going to the moon and all this going beyond. Where's the action? Load of talk, but no action. And even if we see action, are we going to believe it? I mean, even the probes that they send there that cost so much millions and bit or billion or whatever over the course of since early 1970s, since they started going to Mars with probes. You think the cost on that, ooh, pretty high, pretty high. Yeah, I think all these other videos and things that have been going around where they say we're going to make a spaceship and it's got to go through the radiation belt and the Van Allen radiation belt, and then it will be unmanned. Oh, oh, of course, robots are getting made now today. They'll probably use robots. It's probably better to use robots. Yeah, I just think how they plan on really getting off of Mars on a spaceship once it lands, and whether that engine or not, it fires and gets them up high enough altitude so they can get into orbit to dock. Otherwise, think about it. they're dead. They're stranded and they're going to be dead. Takes quite a bit of engineering feat because you would have to send things there to land, so you can build a like a space station port. So you got so then you got an engine or such to get you to get away from the gravity pull on the planet. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck there. Well, otherwise they're going to be stuck there. Hmm. I don't think a Mars thing is going to happen in this century. It's been too many decades of it. Blah 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 blah. Do I care? I don't care. What do I care about space travel? Our lifespan is too short for starters, and you'd be a very old man, a very old person by the time you get to the outer, just about on the outer ridge of the solar system. What's the point? And that other, so like that other so-called like Earth-like planet is still your lifespan is too short. That's why I think it may be all purposely done, and we're here to stay. Think of all the animals and marine life that's been on this planet longer than we have. They got no interest. They don't know that the sun has a life fuel expectancy, 4.5 billion years until the fuel runs out, and then that's it. So trying to escape from this solar system to somewhere else, and then you get there and then you find out, oh crikey, the sun's fuel, all right, it's only got so you got to go somewhere else. That's what I think is the balance that keeps everything. Got to try and find science that's not harmful and can keep the sun replenished. Or it's like science fiction, Star Trek. But it's not going to be no warp speeding for hundreds of centuries, I think. Although they've only had a few things, but you don't hear about it much in news. Ion propulsion power systems. So it goes a little bit faster, but yeah. But what do we care? We're so overpopulous. Oh dear. Why don't I just not forget about? Why not I just forget about us? You got the animals and you got the marine life. You know what sickens me is or what I find is bad grammar is where you read these T-shirts where they say "Save our oceans." It's not our oceans; it's their oceans. Yeah, if it says "Save the oceans," yeah, but not our. They're not ours. We don't live in the ocean. That's the marine life does. But what we're throwing into it is unforgivable. Plastics, oh yeah, oh yeah, that shit. I'm sure they really appreciate it because that shit wasn't being thrown in the ocean a million years ago until we bloody came along, and then some idiot invented plastic, and now it's just fucking everywhere. It's everywhere. Even if you're wearing one of those fucking stupid watches that are made of fucking plastic. Fucking remote's plastic. Fucking laptop, plastic. Fucking phones, these phones are crap. I tell you, these screens are so easy to break. And I got a little crack there in the upper part of the phone, little crack there. I don't know how that bloody. I've tried to be careful with this, but this plastic is just so notorious to vulnerable to damage. Unbelievable. Yeah, I thought the bloody early bloody mobile phones, when they dropped those bloody things, the LCD cracks. If that took a fall on the ground, it's fucked. And I've got to buy another one, and I've got to do all that transferring the data and all that. Fucking annoying. Oh, yeah, my other phone, the other phone, the. Let's just take this plastic. All the back part of it all was crumbling. It looked like looked like it was made of bloody thin chocolate. Probably is. I wonder if I can eat it. I don't know whether I should get two of these so it goes on the front of the screen, but I don't know. If I put this on the front and then turn. Oh, yeah, I can still. Oh, yeah. Hang on. No, it's not very easy to get the screen activated. Hang on. Let's turn it on again. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I've got that. Oh, yeah, I can still. Yeah, with this plastic on the front. But that plastic can still get and vulnerably damage this screen. I think they need to make these plastics or whoops, got the light turned. I'll turn that off. Light. What the bloody else? Oh, there it is. Yeah, they need to make these a little bit more robust. I like this phone particularly. It's not too expensive and. It's like the screen on this, laptop. I could punch it like that. I would say it's pretty robust. I think it's the same technology as more or less this. Like an OLED. This is all touch screen. But the material just seems to be a little bit more robust. If I punched it like that, it will damage. This is my second laptop because the other one, what do you call it? A little flip screen here that moves up and down and such. It got broken and it was very awkward to put it in position, but it still works. It's just very awkward. Yeah, you got to have better robust materials. And all these stupid videos, where people are getting these and throwing them out off the top of a building to see if it still works. Oh, that's just plain stupid. Unless you're going to throw yourself off the building with the phone. Ooh la la! Oh, Geronimo! Wow, practical effects. Bloody hell, how did they do that? How the heck did they do that? No CGI, no James Cameron's mum basement. Yeah. Who wants to watch Avatar 10? I've heard rumours there's going to be an Avatar 100 in the 23rd century. They're going to put James Cameron into cryostasis and then and thaw him out every few years so he can make another Avatar. Who wants to watch Fern Gully rubbish? For goodness gracious! Oh, it's like so. You know. I mean, those avatars look so. They might as well just made it totally animated because when they're trying to make it film and all this, it sticks out like a sore thumb. I can see where they got all these things and they're in the jungle or whatever it is, and I can see the foot on the ground, and it doesn't even look like. It looks so fake, and I'm thinking, oh, it's got an interesting sound mix, but the visual is absolutely terrible. If they'd done it something else without it would probably be a good movie. Probably be a good action movie, and just do a one-off. But it's like, oh, I think we got a franchise here, everybody. I don't really care about Avatar because I never saw the second one, so. Or is it the third one? I don't know. How many have they made? I don't care. Yeah. Wow. Oh, I can't move up. My arse is feeling numb. Oh, just stand up gently. No, I can feel it. Don't know how fucking pissed off I am. I feel like I'm still at least maybe in my 30s. Oh, you could be 16 years old and you could suddenly you get hit with a fibrillation, and depending on which way it makes you feel, yeah, mystery, total mystery. I wonder how. Oh yeah, I haven't checked this special thing that's going in the rack here. I think I'm gonna have to take that. It'd be a lot easier if I just remove that and then put it in. It's going to weigh a little heavy because that's pretty light. Well, that's pretty. I can hold that in my hand quite easily. It's hardly got much weight in it. A bit like the DTS, you know. Um, Although I think the DTS one there, I think that's a little deeper than than that, and obviously that's a lot heavier. Uh, and that's heavy. Oh, that's pretty heavy. um, on each of these, they got their certain weight to them. They got their certain weight. These are pretty, this S8, what these are called? SDU4. They've got a pretty heavy weight because they're built like a bloody tank. I thought the fucking thing was out of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade with that fucking tank. Fucking hell, the fucking things are bulletproof. And of course, the THX monitor in my rack in the kitchen, that weighs like a fucking. That's pretty heavy. Don't know why they make it so flipping heavy. Because it gets fit in a rack. It's not going anywhere, It's not going to be thrown around the projection room. But they build it like a tank. Oh, get some water. Oh. Gotta stay hydrated. Ooh. See? I'm only a fucking few feet and I'll just give it a sec, just give it a few sec. Fucking fed up. Fed up. Fucking hell, is it hotter than an oven out in this hallway? Fucking hell. Oh, God, it's hot out there. Oh, I forgot the spoon. There's my kitty cats. They're a bit, they don't like it. They don't like it. You're wrecking the kitchen. Yeah. I don't know why you're sitting near the window. Why don't you go in the bathroom? Oh no, the sun's moving over there. The sun be moving away. It's over this angle now. So yeah, it's too hot in here. Too bloody hot in there. Ultimate power in the universe. Hey, there is no spoon bear. You okay, mate? He's lazily having his cat nap. I don't know how you can do it. Look, they're just throwing things around in the kitchen. Just check the water. Oh, he's had some lap of water, so I'll just fill that up. So, okay, there is no spoon. I'll just fill this up. Hey. There you go. What are you doing in there now? Get out of the sink. Come on, gal. What are you doing now? What are you doing now? What are you doing? What are you doing, girl? Yeah. You want a bit more biscuit? You have some water. Oh, not bad. Some biscuit. There you go. There you go. There you go. There is no spoon. I'll tidy this up. What a mess in there. What a mess. Okay. Yeah, I'm more into the science of the stuff. Okay, bring my spoon. There is no. I'll put the other one in. These are nice. Wow. This video is sponsored by Peach in Juice. Oh my God! Put all the junk in. I'll just bring some of these strawberries with me. Just have a few nibble, because otherwise they'll go mouldy, and I've got to throw them out. Oh, I don't know why I just. Why not trade off? Hang on. Trade off the peach here. Trade that off. Have a yogurt instead. Cherry yogurt with some strawberry in it. Yeah. All right, boys and girls. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, nobody does strawberries and cherry yogurt together, but never know. Probably enjoy it. Wow. Oopsie. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through these strawberries. Oh, there's so many of them now. I don't think I can eat them all. Gosh. In we go. Whoa. In the pot you go. Wow. Cherry strawberry. That's not too bad. Maybe I should patent it. Yeah, they're getting very soft. The strawberries should be very firm. Again, very soft. Because you've got to consume these within a few days, 2 days at least. They've been in the fridge for about three, I think, or yeah, about 3 days. And by the time they get around about 5 days or so, they start getting a little bit mold on them. Yeah. Actually, I can't really taste much of the strawberry because it's a bit more of overwhelm of uniformity. It's like sound. It's like Dolby Atmos. I was thinking while in the kitchen, and the temperature of the because it's warmer out there than it is in here. It is a bit hotter out there. Uh, so I've got the window partly, and even though I had the AC on and off, what's the temperature now? 23.8. Mm, 23.8. Too bad my cats wouldn't like these. They like those. It's better than just having all, but they're carnivore, aren't they? You know, T Rex doesn't want to be fed. He wants to hunt. Rah. Catzilla. Minus two. Yeah, thinking of the heat and how uniform it is, and it's like sound. When you hear it on all these speakers in these so-called high-end home theaters, it's only coming from one source point in the room, and it doesn't sound uniform. It's not as uniform in this room. I know, I'm aware, but I could put another bank of speakers lower down, so then because they'll have the same characteristic as the other ones, and I could do frequency adjustment on the mid mid range frequency rate. Very simple adjustment. um, to using time delay or maybe some phase adjusting, but time delay mostly, and then to sort of get so that it seems like, given the distance away from the speaker, of course, make it sound like a whole thing rather than a single speaker that's there and then speaker there, and make it merge together by just simply manipulating the time delay. Because it kind of give a not holographic, a phantom sound. But when you hear all these people bullshitting on YouTube, like, oh, the speakers have disappeared, they're in the walls. Oh, yeah, right, sure. Why don't you just be honest and just say it's time delaying and all that, and it gives the illusion or that it's seems, but not suddenly say, oh, it vanishes. It makes the speakers disappear. What, like invisible? Otherwise, you need until something comes along. I think maybe and very cheap. Got good frequency response on it. And you can just literally cover the wall. So it just gives a uniform sound, or it can have capability of individuality depending on how the processor and all that is connecting, and what sound signals it's sending out. A few more of these. Well, I have this big, large one. Yeah. Whoa. Ooh, it's very soft. Should be firm. That's because it's, you know. I was very disappointed. I didn't do the Sunday ice cream at the fish and chips the other day. Yeah, they don't do it anymore. Oh, big long glass with the ice cream in it. Wow. They don't do. Sorry, we don't do that anymore. We do the small one in the small. Yeah, I'm aware of that one. I don't do the. Oh, it's one of the reasons I went to the fish and chip yesterday. I wanted to have a big Sunday ice cream thing, but bugger. I don't do it. Maybe I'll do a complaint, and they'll probably introduce it again. Hmm. That usually happens. That usually works. Because think of all the little children that go there. They'd like it. The living's in the way we die. Do 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 do. Comes the morning and the headlights fade away. Do 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 do. 100,000 changes, everything's the same. Do 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 do. I've been waiting long for us to stay. Do 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 do. Save the darkness, let the never fade away. Do 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 do. The living daylights. Ah, the living daylights. I like subtitles. I like the subtitling position on the Panasonic, but I'm not a big fan of the Panasonic. But so you can shift the subtitle up. Because usually it's lower down, and you can shift it up a little bit higher. Um, Novel feature. Do 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 do. Down, 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 down. Hey driver, where we going? I swear my nerves are showing. Set your hopes up way too high. The living's in the way we die. I think the living daylights got to me. Oh. Comes the morning. Oops. It's like doing karaoke. Comes the morning and the headlights fade away. Dee, 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 dee. 100,000 people line. Well, because the screen credits here are in the way, and sometimes I miss the subtitles because I'm reading the other text on the screen. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting long for us to say, dee, 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 dee. Save the darkness, dee, dee, let it never fade away. Dee, 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 the living daylights. Do, 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 do. Ah, the living daylights. Okay, calm down. It's only a movie. All right, it's the last one, Anna. I've got to really finish these strawberries. I probably these don't cost much, but I wonder if I can blend them up into a juice. Yeah, strawberry juice. Hmm. Everything's the same. I've been waiting long. Yeah, it is. Everything is the same. More things change, the more things remain the same. Just has different cosmetic appearance or to it, and mm. The only thing that, well, we change, but it's subtle, very subtle. I mean, I've changed about 5 times. Mm. Oh, wow. I wonder how many times my cat changed. Cat years, yeah. 18 months well, that's next year, Melanie. And then she'll just be mellowing down a bit. And that's it. That's enough of that. Save that. Save the rest for later. Oh, still quite a bit of strawberry there, but I've got to finish these at the very least. I've got to finish them pretty soon. Otherwise, they'll go mouldy. Everything's the same. Like 26, 27. Oh, how in that kitchen the hallway feels like 26 or 27. I don't know why my cats don't move to a different somewhere. Maybe go in the bedroom. It'd be just a few Celsius cooler. But you see cats outside during the summertime in the garden. They just find a shade, but it's still the air temperature is still warm outside. Oh, AC back on. Crikey. 24. What's that say? 24.4. Yeah. Everything's the same. Do 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 do. I've been waiting long. Ah, the living daylights. I wonder if they purposely put product placement in the background on the bus. Tower Records. I'm not sure if that's still established in London, but I've heard of it. So I'm using a little bit of glow surround. That's going into these seats, and then of course the bass shaker, now that it's on the back of the seat, now serves as a surround speaker, and then of course the sound field up there and on the back wall. But there's still a lot more that I notice where the sound or frequency seems to be a little bit more solid in this area. That's difficult to do. That's difficult. I like the sound of that what's it closing. The what's it the rear door on the plane closing. Do, 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 do. Whoa! Oh wow! Feel that. But feeling it, I don't know. There's some things, and that you would feel, because those planes with their propeller prop will give a certain bass wave frequency that you would, I imagine, would feel because of the thrust horsepower on it, but only for a brief moment. If it was going by, I suppose when it's on the ground and you're pretty near to it, yeah. Uh, so even the background sound on the aircraft, background sound on the interior. There's certain points where it's not totally uniformity, because on there you just hear a complete uniform sound. Even if you get down on your hands and knees, you still hear it. It shouldn't change much, because of the way it's going through the aircraft, the fuselage. It's pretty good. It's pretty good here. Better than most, probably, that I would probably hear around. I think he added diverting some of the sound into the below speakers, even though it's not got a stereo. Even though the surrounds are mono matrix, mono discrete, and not stereo surround. So I'm not hearing sound hard pans go left right. Allegedly, they're supposed to have a 70mm release, but according to in 70mm, um, it seems to be false. Though I read somewhere years ago this had a 70mm showing in London at Leicester Square. Leicester Square! Gladiator! Because most films back then would either have a split stereo surround or mono surround on 70mm. 70mm stereo surrounds are very tiny compared to all the rest. And then digital came along, and obviously the catalogue titling has gone up and up and up and up and up. Well, that sounds pretty good. But it needs a little bit more to it. Sounds windy a little bit, but I know there are gaps because I've got gaps down here on the side. Yeah, you get that kind of sound, but I've got gaps down here. I was thinking of doing something to divert because these speakers down the side around the rest of the room are only active if I use a certain setting on the processor, which is in the kitchen. But they're mostly reserved for using this so-called Atmos. So I get extra matrix sound that's going down below, and sometimes they're like I say, there's some hidden sound Easter eggs on those overhead surround mixing. And oh yeah, they're not Atmos speakers. They ain't Atmos speakers. They're just a speaker. Just because it says Atmos on the box doesn't say it is an Atmos speaker. That's just marketing bullshit to brainwash the masses. A voice, do you see a DTSX speaker? No. What about an Oro speaker? Voice of God speaker? No. The surround channel has got quite a bit of bass on it. No, no, please, no, 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 no. Ah! I like how the producer pointed out when the aeroplane pulls away, it's two prop. It's got two props on it. When you see it in the other shots, it's got four props because of because they had filming issue things and such. But you only notice it for a brief moment. Hmm. Well, maybe if he pulls the boot a little bit wider, it might. You never know. It might slow his speed. Its drag is, the drag. It might start to slow him down a little bit. Maybe if you take your coat off and use it as a shoe. Oh. Yeah. Plot twist. There was water when he landed in it. He survived. Little cut and bruises, but I don't think there's any water around there. Yeah, it's pretty clever how they did all this. You can tell sometimes it's studio shot and sometimes it's real, and so no CGI, thank goodness. I think we've all getting about fed up now with James Cameron's Mummy's AI basement. There are plenty of a lot of other movies that are what tickles your fancy. What tickles your fancy? Yeah, I just like to have a proper full in-floor below surround. Still not decided on how many speakers I'd really want to go with something like, but how a floor's designed could be done several ways so that it could be done in squares, so that those squares, given the depth of the shallow speaker, because it'd have to be shallow, or it could be deep. It depends on how high your ceiling is. Otherwise, you're going to lose a few feet in your floor height. Not that you're going to notice, because gravity holds you down. It's not like you're Spider Man and you're going to climb around the fucking wall or the ceiling. But does this Atmos encode with these overheads, does it really create an overhead sound? I'm just Another thing just got me thinking the other day. The characteristic sound. If you take a speaker outdoors and elevate it up, what does it sound like? Don't forget, there's not much things there for sound reflection, so it's going to be in pretty free position, pretty free. But it might just say like, oh, it sounds like a spot of sound coming from above, where I can see that speaker, and yet you're still listening to nature itself, which can't be fooled. And you're listening to that outside and thinking how uniform that is, how big and large it is, and you got a tiny little speaker. All this, I think, overhead speaker thing is like a bit kaput. It has to be uniform. Otherwise, to a trained ear, you're going to notice there's a hot spot on the ceiling and it's not uniform. They're little speaker hot spots. I'm thinking of adding some more speakers to the ceiling. Uh, but they still got little areas where they're going to be like, oh, where it's not uniform. Unless you got like mid-range bass speaker drivers or coaxial. That's it, coaxial. A coaxial speaker, and they're literally side by side each other. Boom. If you got too much space in, then sound going from one position to the next position, it's gonna stick out like so. That doesn't happen in reality. things move smoothly in three-dimension space. They're not going jumping from one position to the next position, jumping. And it's not real panning. All it is fader sliders pulling the signal down and then moving the pan or its position so it then fade it up into the next bit. That's all it is. I think maybe something needs to be done. Something that could be some other type of technology, because how the mind thinks, and then you think how things are developed today, and you think, well, that'd be pretty easy to build. Probably make reaction time a little bit quicker on mixing. But yeah, I've heard atrocious sound mixes. Like that movie Fury with the tank. Rubbish. Doesn't sound or feel like a bloody tank to me. Because if you were inside in the vehicle, you're going to feel mechanical. It's going to be you feel a lot of mechanical vibration, and you just don't get that in that. Just because there's no thought put into mind for below sound, or where, yeah. So you can, because you've got to be in the actual thing itself to hear and feel what it's like, and make note of it. And then when you're mixing, you got to put that same detail in. Otherwise, someone will say, "I know exactly what they're like," and it's nothing like that. It's completely wrong. It's just done just so they can show some crap woke movie that no one cares about in a few years' time. Because it's just marketing. It's just, you know, feel every dimension. I think we've been feeling that for a lot longer before Atmos came along. It's just marketing for those that are not very technical savvy. Just fall for that bullshit. If I wasn't technical savvy, I'd definitely would have fallen for that bullshit. Speakers have got to be pretty near to each other, so the sound moves very subtly, but you notice there's some sort of movement going on. If it's something flying around, but if it's got atmospheric wind, that should stay constant, uniform. And then you've got something moving around. But you hear some of these Atmos mixes, and I think, my goodness, that's absolutely atrocious. I don't know how anyone can not notice the mixers, obviously, but they obviously don't care. Probably because they can't really fix it, because there's not enough, you know, it's like you wear headphones and it's very simple, but it doesn't sound live. It sounds okay, but it doesn't sound very lively. And it doesn't really give much dimensionality. Headphones are pretty crap. They're okay for just quick monitoring on something, but as far as they go, they're pretty crap. Because the way we think of this, if you go to every single dub stage and play the same movie, because the dub stage and all this bullshit, they say their dub stages are perfect and all that. That's a load of bullshit. They're all differently. They're all designed different. So the bass feel, to the seating and everything, is going to be totally different. It's going to be up and down the scale. It's not going to be the same. If you build something that's exactly the same with the same building materials, then you get something that's constant. That is constant and then you design this. Then you smash down, demolish all the cinemas worldwide, and you build these new cinema auditoriums, exactly the same as the dubbing stage. And so what is heard and felt would translate. Otherwise, it's always a mixed bag. It's always a little bit different. But you think, oh, wow, oh, it's better than that other cinema, and this one, yeah. IMAX is not perfect. IMAX, they build their cinemas, even their auditoriums are a little bit marginally different in their volume size. Otherwise, they got to use even though the speakers, I think, slightly a different change in different venues, everything's got to be the same. So everything then translates, and you think, like, whoa, you can see it in Japan, and you can see one in maybe UK, and it's exactly the same. Candlelight brightness on the screen, the same feel in the bass, and same sound, But then all the discs, all the DVDs that are made, they're all ones and zeros, and all the all the ones and zeros are all equal. Well, depending on what region it is, if it's region, yeah, depending on the region, and then what frame rate they're using. Yeah, well, that doesn't quite translate. It's like I want to get the Living Daylights on Region 1 DVD, because the Region 2's okay, but yeah, I want to get the Region 1. Just, the bass would be a little bit, a fraction lower in frequency, because the frequency is not pitched up by a few cycle, as well as everything. The whole sound is pitched up a little bit higher, and on the Region 1 it'd be the same as international film prints. Not too interested in getting Blu-ray 4Ks of Bond movies after hearing a few past Blu-rays that were absolutely oh, absolutely dire, absolute dire. What the bloody hell they done to the bloody, oh bloody hell. There's a few video flaws on the Living Daylights in the video that shouldn't have happened, I don't think, because they got the technology there that could have easily removed it, but or filtered it out. Mm. Mm. Wow. I could swear that looked like a real airplane, but it's radio control. Wow, that's clever. Brilliant. I think I like the Living Daylights better than License to Kill. And License to Kill was more drug dealers and sort of thing. And because by then the Cold War's ended, and you know, not really much spy movie. Living Daylights, well, because it's gradually shifting slowly out of the Cold War, slightly by that time period. Hmm. Hmm. What's on the soundtrack? Is there enough there to even give a wind breeze? Hmm. I'll have to do some research into that. Phew. Wow. Brilliant. There should be more truck sound. It's mostly music score. It's mostly the music score. So when truck sound and all that ambience and such is going to be on the screen channel. It should be in the surround, so it sounds like you're like in a truck, and should have quite a bit of vibration, low frequency for mechanical vibration, for special speaker placement, special THX system. So you feel like it feels like you're outside a truck, So you feel the bumps and all that, kinda. You're not going to get the total real thing, I don't think, because of the audience would get jumped out of the bloody seat. You know, need seat belts on the damn thing, wouldn't you? um, so the seat, feels like it's boom, and you go, oh bloody hell! Because when you go over on a bus over a speed bump, it's a bit of a jolt, even at a very slow couple of mile an hour. Because it's mostly the suspension on the bus. Yeah. Wow. 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 Here those guys, sort of like one side on screen, jumping out. Uh, nice bit of sound panning there. Wow. Sounds great in 5 screen. Whew. Wow. See, I'm. You see, I am. I am a thinker. I'm just trying to think, like, if there was, because I use, well, it's my idea, SAS, not to do with this special air service, but SAS on the seats. But if it were a multi-stereo sort of thing, so you can get individual sound or ricochet sounds like on each individual seat. So you go ricocheted over there, over on that seat back there, or something a little bit more forward, and someone notices it, even if they're sat in front and they notice, you know. I'm just thinking, see, I'm just, I've always, when you hear all these ricochet things, they're just, whether it's stereo or whether it's mono, discrete, it's just coming from one source. It doesn't make sense. But that's what they had on hand then. But what you could do now is, well, you can do make so like because if a machine gun's going to be pointing in one direction, though I don't like guns, I hate fucking firearms. Um, it's just aiming everywhere on certain things, and bullets are going to hit something and hits and then bounce off and then hit something else and then make a sound or what sort of sound? So yeah. Otherwise, I suppose you listen to a mono movie that's got all ricochet sounds, and well, it's a mono movie. Not much you can do. There's not much distraction with mono. You're not looking around like this, are you? And that air raid siren that's going off in the background. And then gradually, Oh yeah, the air raid siren thing wears down, slows down. I thought the mixer was going to bring the fader down on it. That wouldn't sound natural. Bloody hell is it? God. Pew pew. Pew pew pew. Pew meow. Oh, these ricochets. Oh, just about feel some of that in the seat. Some of that ricochet. Because it would if it was if if a ricochet were to hit a metal object and you were holding that metal object, you would feel a jolt vibration in that metal. Because it's like just taking any object and boom, you throw it at it. It's going to make a kinetic energy, a vibration, and whoa, oh wow, that was a pretty cool ricochet. Still got enough power to turn this up. Gain level on the amplifiers are only halfway. I could still give a little bit more gain on them and so forth, and then do a little bit of quick, simple EQ adjusting if anything's resonating on the seat, and I can make an adjustment. But wow, bass shakers, full range, transducers. I think they should make them so that they get a little bit more full range. Because they're a little bit better than the Dayton Exciter. The Dayton Exciter is okay. Because it's very lightweight and it's quick, easy, convenient to fit somewhere. A bass shaker thing is a little bit heavy and it's got to be really screwed and bolted down so it doesn't move. See, I want more blow sound there. I need more blow sound on the floor. I need in total commitment to in-floor blow surround. Wow. Wow. Ooh. Wow. Because I see the bullets. They can't see it on the screen because it's over contrasting. Yeah, because I haven't got the other camera plugged in. But the bullets are hitting the ground. So they're going to make a sound in the sand. Or yeah, they're going to make a sound. Wow. Wow. I felt livish, because given, I suppose, the distance away from the explosion. It's crazy. They use all these these pyrotechnics, and you can see the shock wave. You watch carefully, you can see the shock wave moving through the sand. Whoa, flipping it. I can see the shock wave on the kicking up in the sand. Yeah, these stunt guys, they're crazy. They're balmy. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be near whether it's a controlled ex- pyro explosion or not. It looks too dangerous. It's crazy. It looks real. It's brilliant stuff. I tell you, this movie's probably better than Superman 2025. No crazy aliens. No. Mum James Cameron's mummy's basement visual effects. I like the way that sounds from the front, and then I feel the kick in the surrounds in the seats, like feeling a delay in the shockwave. Hmm. Wow. So you can see the wind breeze on these actors. So creating a wind breeze. The Wow. 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 I should turn my overhead experimental on. It's turned off at the moment. Amplifiers are turned on, but it's not switched on the switcher box. It's when I saw the Living Daylights at Odeon screen number 2. Uh, had speakers in the ceiling. Of course, there's speakers all around the auditorium, side walls, back wall. So you get a total sound field. In kinda, I suppose, in a way, because if there are more speakers in the ceiling, then it would be a lot more uniform. But yeah, and it depends on the frequency and what because they were pretty high up. And like I say, if you've got a speaker that's in a room that's very very high up, you get a uniform sound with with a single speaker. But then you put two speakers up there, and then you think, are you going to get really noticeable stereo? It's going to be very narrow because of the elevation height, and there's just probably not enough of them, and the size, the rest of the size of the room. You could have a shallow ceiling. Just got to put multitudes up there. Otherwise, you got very few. Then they just stick out. I think I've got more space there for at least another 15 speakers to go on the ceiling. Wow. Wow. Oh, I like the way that sound pans on the fuel coming out of that tanker and going running across the sand. Wow. Boom. Just pans across the screen channels. Just moves across. Wow. Like that there with the wow. Wow. Another thing gets to me. I mean, because it's got a huge fireball that's starting from one position and then it's going upward. It's elevating up. Um, does it actually have sound, or does it? The explosion is from say the source, boom, ruptures, and then you see a fireball. How much of that would actually generate a audible sound? So that because you got multiple speakers behind, it will have multiple speakers behind the screen, so the sound then kind of moves or has a movement going from one speaker to the next, producing an elevation. But if the rooms are very small, then you're going to get a very small sort of kind of elevation. Because rooms are very larger, taller ceilings, and you get a larger elevation that will move until it, you know. Otherwise, in the reality of the real world, there's unlimited. There's what is it, 60 miles or something from ground to until the until you're in outer space or something like that. Or is it 25 miles? It all seems so close or near. It's very hard when you're looking at blue sky. It's not much got in the way of any reference. There's got clouds there, and you can sort of judge the distance more or less. But when it's just plain clear blue sky, I think it's a bit difficult to judge the distance. Same at night time. If it's just no clouds and no moon, and it's just the stars there, it's like, weird. Wow. Let's just listen to that explosion again. I suppose in some sense I'm getting a kind of elevation going upward. Probably because of the way the bass cab is producing the bass, reproducing the bass, and then going then into that, and then the mix onto the HF horn, where the HF horn is positioned behind the screen. No. Wow, I like all that sound editing. I'm surprised this didn't get nominated for sound editing. Let's go, guys! Wow, mind blowing. lot of your clothes would just be flapping as that thing comes near. The air, the turbulence coming off those flipping propellers, your clothes would be flapping. Your hair would be flapping and moving around. Hmm. Hmm. But there's only so much energy all in the mix. But there might be something secret layered in somewhere. It's analysing the frequency on the mix and seeing what's there, and you know, um, because you need very, very low frequency to move the air. But the problem there is the timing coming from the speaker to your position. There's going to be a delay versus something like of the real thing, and seeing like, oh, the real thing does it a lot quicker than the speaker. You got to have it so you get the timing. So if I have a little bit of paper here, it will move around because the air conditioner. Yeah, air conditioner. Let me see now. Tiny ports on the speakers. They're only going to do a certain amount of air through that. Very tiny trifle. Need something bigger, big opening. And then you've got to have something there on the other end. And it's got boom, 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 push air. Because if I can move my hand from that position to this position very fast and boom, stop, I feel a breeze of air because I'm pushing air. Speaker cones don't move like that much. I suppose if they did, might, yeah, but I have to think on it. I'm sure there's something out there that could probably that might be cheap or something that oh, maybe it's not cheap, but you look at it and then you think, is that how it works? Oh right, maybe I can DIY it. Maybe I could DIY an ordinary fan and just connect it so but still there's the timing. It's got to start up at a certain time because it take a few seconds for the air to reach, and then once it's everything's got to be programmable with time coding, so it knows when to switch on and switch off. And to do it in multiple ways, I don't know. It's tricky, very tricky. Until you figure it, and then it seems like a gimmick, and it doesn't seem to really that work. It's okay, but something missing because nature itself can't be fooled. So you got to try and figure out how the nature works, and then design something. So yeah. I mean, there's those. I'll just mute that for a moment. There is those. What do you call them? Subsonic enhancers that. So if there's some low frequency on a film mix or whatever, it can or music, and it can generate a subharmonic or hot frequencies that are pitched a little bit lower. I'm not sure how low down it would go. And then you got some speakers that you could fit, and then produce some air pressure through a port without the chuffing sound noise. So look at that propeller. Wait, do the what's it? Uh, doesn't do it. So I'm looking at the propeller props moving. Probably it's the angle not it's not correct, because when looking at a real helicopter's propellers rotating and doing this effect by put, spreading your fingers and then doing that, you create a strobing effect, and then you make the propellers on that helicopter move at a different rate of speed because you're creating a strobe effect. I can't quite see it on there. Probably the angle's not right. Because I thought if I do that, maybe I could make those propellers look like they're slowing down a little. I can see the end of it, but it's probably the film frame rate as well, which probably makes it a little bit awkward. Yeah, let me see if I can see it on those wheels. Wait. Where's the? Oh yeah, hang on. Yeah, I think that changed a little bit on that vehicle. Yeah, slight change. And uh, hmm, hmm. What a clever system. I want to connect the other lead on that other decoder, on the output on that other decoder, so I can send the matrix signal for the ambient surround when there's no surround in the mix, and it's all up front sound. It still create um, a sound field. I just don't know where to put the wire. Don't know which what to connect in the room. So one of the side speakers, or both the side speakers, or all of it, or the side and the back, or just the back ones. I just don't know which one to connect just to get a sound field that would be like, yeah, that seems to work. Or yeah, but that was doing that there. Oh, stop doing this. Strobe effect. There you go, strobe effect. Yeah. I need what's it? Some other effect, maybe some smoke. Hmm. Hmm. They're crazy, these stunt guys. Bloody hell, hanging out on a bloody airplane like that. Barney. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ding-ding-ding-ding-ding.
Won't you join me? Better make that stew.
Wow. Wow. Where we going? Swear nerves are showing. Set my hopes up way too high. Wow. Right, hold on tight now. It's down the wire to the wire. So hopes up way too high. Living in the way we die. Doo-doo-doo. Wow. Doo-doo. Wow. Living daylights. Wow. Day, where we going? Swear our nerves are showing. Set my hopes up way too high. Oh. Wow, this season. Oh, wow, that surround. That's that's fairly dynamic on the surrounds. Whoa. What if I put a second one on the back of the seat, and that would give it a little bit more footprint? Right, hold on tight now. It's down to the wire. Set your hopes up way too high. Living in the way we are. Brilliant. Alright, let's move it. Headlights fade away. 100,000 changes, every day's the same. A John Barry score. Wow. I think I think let's pause that. I think they mute that. I think when they did what was it, Goldeneye, I didn't particularly like the music score on that movie because it wasn't John Barry anymore. It kind of sucked. And then David Arnold came along. What was it Tomorrow Never Dies, and his score just had a bit of that kind of John Barry sort of thing to it. It was sort of the other score, it sounded like synthesizer, and the old Goldeneye, it sucked. Sound effects and all that was pretty. It was okay and that, but the music score sucked. And of course, you got one of the Bond movies with the original. You got I don't know all of them because there've been different composers over. I think there was what was it For Your Eyes Only, a different composer used for that, and didn't particularly quite like the score on that. What was it? Bill Conti, that's it, Bill Conti. I mean, it was okay. He's okay with Rocky and the that sort of thing, but it just didn't seem right with the Bond movie. Wow. Where's like View to a Kill DVD? Where's that? So I played the DVD, the laser discs recently. Where's the DVD? Is it in here? Moonraker is there. That's why they love me. That's why they love me. Let's see, because it's usually in one place. It's not there. It's probably yeah. What's this? Way too headlights fade away. Do 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 do. 100,000 people everywhere. Do, 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 do. I've been waiting long. Do, 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 do. Oh, the living daylights. Ah, a view to a kill. What a view. I should have had this in AC3 Laserdisc. I think I played this DVD in probably about a year. Oh wow, look at Leo. The lion. Zoran. Yeah, you see, you get those Zoran microchips in the. I think there's Dolby ones, isn't there? Zoran. Can't remember, but I think I saw a name, but it's got no relation to the. Pussycat. Wow.
"5 days to Alaska."
Hump. Meow. Wow. Wow. That bass kick. Wow. Wow. Meeting you. Where's the subtitles? You with a view to a hill. Because the mix is on this. That's it. So I put the lyrics in the center channel, or piggyback the lyrics on the center channel. Otherwise, the mix levels are over on left and right. Some Bod music mixes kind of do that. You've got very particular mix style on the screen channel. Wow. Face to faces, secret places, feel the chill. Me, don't know the plans I'm making, still oversee. Could be the whole earth opening wide. A sacred wine, the mystery gaping inside. Wow. The weekend's wine, until we dance into the fire. That fatal kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire. To fatal sounds, the broken dreams. Dance into the fire. That fatal kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire. Just for you is you to wake in. Between the shades, assassination standing still. These crystal tears follow the snowflakes on your body. First time in Wow.
Just under a mile's radius.
Yeah, I've got to connect up the other signal because the Dolby Stereo 424 is always going to be completely active. Depending on the mixing and the into the matrix, like the music spread or the sound effect, and that always has a sort of movement or activity. But on the opening titles, they're just stage left right. So I use a channel C decoder, and I'll just set it on, and then I could take the vocal lyrics from left to right, and then just position it, sandwich, blend it up onto this decoder. And so then otherwise it kind of sounds distracting when you hear lyrics on left and right. And if you got Moonraker, because the Moonraker, the Shirley Bassey, the vocals are on left to right. The screen channels are completely active across the screen. You get a bass, guitar riff, and a few other musical instruments in the center channel, whilst the other musical instruments on stage left, right are slightly different. But the vocals are on with echo effect and such. But when you hear it in Dolby Stereo, it's in the center with the lyrics. But on a discrete mix, it's handled a little differently. But I don't know why they do it like that, because it just sounds, this whole thing with the matrix decoder to centralize phantom sound imaging and put it in one position so that everyone can agree. Because when you got three people sat in a seat, one person in the middle hears the sound equal on both ears. One person over the left or right, they hear a slight, it's more over to the right or it's more over to the left. The same goes with stereo overhead sound. They're just basic stereo zones. And when you listen to it, you think, I don't know whether that's mono sound or whatever the heck is going on. So I put another decoder on the whole lot, and then I get pinpoint sound. I think they should have put a few extra more chapters on this.
This will hurt him more than me.
Wow. Wow. Well, that was good mixing now. So, play that again. Wow, that was pretty neat. Wow.
More power.
More cowbell.
More. Do it.
I like the sound that those sound effects. So that's pretty damn neat. Oh wow! That was good there. That needs more cowbell. That needs more cowbell.
Go get him. Go!
Wow! Oh, the sound editing, mixing was pretty good. Yeah, the sound of the cocking of the gun over stage right. Wow.
Go get him. Go! Go get him. Go!
Wow. Seatbelt uncoupling. Wow. Yeah, a lot of details in this. Good mixing. Good mixing to the visual image on screen and positioning sounds. Still, all these sounds need to be. So you got, speakers going behind the screen. So things move, tiny little positions.
Go get him. Go!
I like the sound of the SAS, like that in the surround channel field. The feel, I could feel the blimp, the airship. But I need to feel more of it in the floor because the whole thing, you'd feel it all around, I would imagine, because of the way the structure of it is made, designed.
Go get him.
Wow.
Go!
Wow. Wow. Oh, I like that sound effect where he grabs the axe on stage left. Yeah, like. Oh. Oh.
Go! Stacy, jump! Get a foothold!
Wow. Wow. la la! Oh, flipping heck. I wonder if you could survive that. I mean, it's gonna be a heck of a slam into water. But you know, maybe if he turned his angle around quick, he could have dived into it. Provided you can swim and get near to the one of those pylons or such on the Golden Gate, you know, because otherwise the current's going to be pretty strong in that water. Whoa! Ooh la la! Oh!
Stacy, give me your hand.
Now you got a mad scientist with a gun. I like this bullet ricochets.
Stacy, give me your hand.
Oh, let's go and get some dynamite.
Stay there.
What the fuck have they got dynamite on a fucking airship? Haven't they learnt anything? Fucking hell.
Okay, stay there.
Dynamite. Oh. Wow. Oh, that was a brilliant effect. Wow. Wow.
Stacy, you there?
You betcha.
Wow. Oh, wow, that's good. Oh, wow, that sounds neat, THX. Wow.
Are you all right?
Just cleaning up a few details.
Oh, James.
Wow. Wow.
At 57, high to mark.
Main strike.
Hey, I know that place. That's an abandoned silver mine by the San Andreas Fault.
Alive and well, I see. And still bungling in the dark.
Well, then why don't you enlighten me? So,
You're out of your depth. And you, sudden. You should have accepted my more than generous offer.
You can take your offer.
don't
and
bother,
shut-
Stacy. He's a psychopath.
You two have joined forces? That simplifies things. He's probably armed.
Stacy, Mr. Zora,
Call the police, Mr. Howe.
what's going on?
Tell them there's been a break-in. In the flames.
But that means I would have to be.
Dead. That's rather neat, don't you think?
Brilliant. I'm almost speechless with admiration.
Intuitive improvisation. It's the secret of genius.
Yeah, Dr. Morton would be proud of his creation.
Please.
Get back.
Yeah, I know what the sound of an elevator is like and the motion on an elevator. Because they have a kind of, sometimes they have a kind of springy, elastic kind of wobble to it. Definitely need those. Definitely need in floor below surround THX special edition array. Wow. But that needed a little bit more. Yeah. I got it. Let me see. Where could I put more speakers? I can't put too many down on this side here. Equipment in the way. This in-floor blow surround sound's going to go upward. You know, you're going to feel it below. Can't feel it in the floor. Feel it in your feet. Feel it in the seat, and it's going to have an upward. Well, kind of, depending on the frequency. If it was tuned at a certain, and depending on the drivers, because they'd have to be specific selected. It's not probably as easy as it seems, but can be cheap. Cheaper than most things I've seen around, but it's not. It's pretty complicated to set up. Coaxial. See, probably the most I could do in this room is probably only a few inches. Because that's, I think, the shallowest profile. Probably a coaxial might be. If that's about what, 1, 2, is that 4 inch or is that 5 inch? I think it's about 5 inch. I think it's got to be weighed and how everything works. Wow. Whoa! Kind of felt that. Kind of like a flame that's moving, but not totally moving, but kind of.
Come on, out.
Get back.
Wow. 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 It's got a different mix on the View to a Kill than the Living Daylights, even though Living Daylights is set a few years later.
Hold tight.
Stretch! Stretch!
Now go away.
Wow.
So, does anybody else want to drop out?
Wow. What have you taught you?
Wow. Whoa. Wow. Fucking hell. Done it again. Fucking hell. That's a wicked sound effect. Oh, that's a wicked sound effect. Where the Grace Jones character is bundling around in some ninja outfit. Oh, yeah. And uses a fishing line. And the way that, flipping that. Oh, that grabbed me, that did. That sound effect, wow. And some of the ricochets there, the way they are sounding there. Whoa, flipping out. Some good sound mixing on this, sound editing. Oh, yeah. Wow. There is some pretty. I haven't played Dispute for it, but oh wow, it is kicking in here in THX Sound System. Wow, it has got some movements on the SAS and the below surround. Wow, because it's got a different mix. It's stereo. They um, geniusly done it in stereo with the surrounds. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. My car! My car! Not anymore, mate. That's a write-off. Wow. Wow.
Congratulations.
So, so,
Brilliant sound mix. Where am I connected to? Where would I connect it? Where do I connect that other signal to? And would it have an EQ on it? Because if it sounds too loud, I'm going to have to adjust the frequency. Although I could do it through the crown amplifier. How would I connect it? To the back speakers? I really do the back wall. I want to revamp that back wall, so we've got. I only put so many of those JBLs because of the width. What's the width on the diameter width on the 83As? Are they a little bit less than the 8330s? Let's measure it. 8330. 19 inches. 19 inches is a little less on the A's. Oh god, oh dear, I feel dizzy. Oh, I feel fucking dizzy. Oh, I think it's a little less by a fraction inch. So, oh. 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 Chapter game, but keep the stage channel off. This sounds weird. Chapter was it 20, 28? 25? 25. Again, turn the glow surround off. Mute the SAS. Whoa, sounds a little bit loud on the SAS there. Oh, I've got my audio. Got the audio limiter kicking in there. But it's not too bad. I think I'll leave that. Just mute the SAS. How's that sound in the surround? Sound field. The way the frequency, the mixing on the frequency, rather than being up there, kind of dipping downward sort of frequency. So it was dipping down. It's not too bad. Okay, put the SAS back on. Get a little bit of feel, a little bit extra sound feel there. Okay, turn the glow surround on. Alright, I'll mute that. I had it on. Go back. Mute that, mute that. Keep that in that position. Yeah. Play that again. Put glow surround on. Wow. Oh. Not bad, I like that. Audio limiters are kicking in there. Threshold have I got on that? Pretty near to. Levels are pretty near to limit. Wow. Need a little bit more going around. But it's got to move. It's got to have a movement. A bit of wind breeze and that. Wow. Let's put the experimental on. B. Almost feel that in the foley on the guidelines. Oh yeah, I can feel that in the foley in the. So as he bumps into the the cables, yeah, I can feel that. Whoa, I can feel that. I'm sure it's also in the stage channel, probably in the stage center. Yeah, I feel that in the surround. Wow. Wow. Oh, I like that sound. Wow. 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 Oh wow, that sound there. Wow. That feel. Wow. I wonder what this would have been like at the Chinese theatre in THX. What's that message? Whoa, oh, whoa. Whoa, wow. Ooh la la, baby. Whoa, whoa. We got a mad scientist with a gun, and then he's got dynamite, and he's shooting at us. Oh, you can feel those ricochets hitting the Golden Gate metal. The what's the things? Yeah, I can feel those hitting the. Oh, stop shooting at me! Stop shooting that gun off! You got a bloody airship above you, you nutcase! What's he supposed to do with the freaking dynamite? You throw it, gravity's going to win. That dynamite's going to drop down pretty sudden, and then it's going to explode. Or it might just knock them off the Golden Gate, but you got to wait till the last and then lob it at him and. Fucking crazy. Classic Bond. Whoa! Oh, that felt good. Oh, maybe not good. That scared me. Feel that jolt on the cable. Oh, snapping, springing apart. Oh yeah, feel that spring. Kind of interesting that. Wow. Give me the dynamite. No. I want dynamite. Throw it out. Boom. Trouble is there with the. Want some of that. Yeah. Even though I'm hearing it round more or less. I think I need it a little bit in front. So it's a little bit more. Yeah. Especially some of that wind effect. That's pretty neat. As the explosions pushing air out or something. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning.
Morning. Oh, I say. Breakfast out of bed. What's wrong with your pets?
We had an earth tremor. They're extremely sensitive to seismic activity. Let's see what the earthquake center has on it. Just a minor tremor. Measured 2.5 on the Richter scale. Location? It's odd. The epicenter's near Zoran's oil field.
I told Hal yesterday that Zoran was pumping seawater into his wells. Is there a connection?
Seawater? Those wells are in the Hayward Fault. Are you sure?
Checked it myself.
That's incredibly dangerous. Hal has to stop Zoran now. Hayward Fault. Are you sure?
Checked it myself. That Zoran was pumping seawater into his wells. Is there a connection?
Seawater? Those wells are in the Hayward Fault. Are you sure?
Checked it myself.
That's incredibly dangerous. Hal has to stop Zoran now. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. Oh, I say. Breakfast out of bed. What's wrong with your pets?
We had an earth tremor. They're extremely sensitive to seismic activity. Let's see what the earthquake center has on it. Just a minor tremor. Measured 2.5 on the Richter scale. Location? It's odd. The epicenter's near Zoran's oil field.
I told Hal yesterday that Zoran was pumping seawater into his wells. Is there a connection?
Seawater? Those wells are in the Hayward Fault. Are you sure?
Checked it myself.
That's incredibly dangerous. Seawater? Those wells are in the Hayward Fault. Are you sure?
Checked it myself.
That's incredibly dangerous. Hal has to stop Zoran now.
Yeah,
Good evening, Jay.
I like that ambient sound there. Wow.
Good evening.
Just needs a little bit more. Let's see. I wonder if a PL2X, yeah, PL2X would cut the mustard very nicely. Hmm. Hmm.
Won't be long.
Okay.
Hmm.
Centuries.
A video issue on the computer kill with the window blinds. You got all these window blinds down here, and then you get a flicker. You get this bending, flicker, fringing effect going on. Because I wonder if that's on the laser disc. Get that on the laser disc.
Try to make gold.
Could be the frame rate on the.
No one ever.
Could be the frame rate or the interlay or whatever it is on the to scan the so it can stabilize it so it doesn't flicker.
TV.
Because actual film wouldn't flicker like that. Video, it's an awkward thing.
You will come back to us, Convict. No one ever leaves the KGB.
Gentlemen,
The KGB.
alchemists try to make gold from base metal.
The
Today,
KGB.
we make microchips from silicon, which is common sand. It's far better than gold. Now, for several years, we've had a profitable partnership with manufacturers, while I acquired and passed on to you industrial information that made you competitive, successful. We are now in the unique position to form an international cartel to control not only production, but distribution of these microchips. There is one obstacle. Silicon Valley, near San Francisco. Over 250 plants, employing thousands of scientists, technicians. This is the heartland of electronic production in the United States, which accounts for what, 80% of the world microchip market. I propose to end the domination of Silicon Valley and leave us in control of that market.
What is it you propose?
Project Main Strike, for which each of you will pay me $100 million. $100 million.
A View to a Kill is a bit like Goldfinger.
Net income under an exclusive marketing agreement with me. These are outrageous terms. Or perhaps a demonstration would convince you. I want no part of it, thank you. If you wish. The rest of our discussion must, of course, be confidential. Would you wait outside? Like we do this? Excuse me. Thank you. Mayday, provide you with a drink.
A large drink.
This way.
For centuries, alchemists tried to make gold from base metals. Today, we make microchips from silicon, which is common sand. It's far better than gold. Now, for several years, we've had a profitable partnership with manufacturers, while I acquired and passed on to you industrial information that made you competitive, successful. We are now in the unique position to form an international cartel to control not only production, but distribution of these microchips. There is one obstacle. Silicon Valley, near San Francisco. Over 250 plants, employing thousands of scientists, technicians. This is the heartland of electronic production in the United States, which accounts for what, 80% of the world microchip market. I propose to end the domination of Silicon Valley and leave us in control of that market.
What is it you propose?
Project Main Strike, for which each of you will pay me $100 million. $100 million. Plus, half our net income under an exclusive marketing agreement with me. These are outrageous terms. Or perhaps a demonstration would convince you. I want no part of it, thank you. As you wish. The rest of our discussion must, of course, be confidential. Would you wait outside? Like we do this? Excuse me. For centuries, alchemists tried to make gold from base metals. Today, we make microchips from silicon, which is common sand, but far better than gold. Now, for several years, we've had a profitable partnership with manufacturers, while I acquired and passed on to you industrial information that made you competitive. Your monster is the simple smile. A beautiful beast. Little spirit. What's his name? Inferno. Close. So Godfrey, let's get. You lost, 007.
Killing Tibbet was a mistake.
I'm about to make the same mistake twice.
My department know I'm here. When I don't report, they'll retaliate.
If you're the best they have, they'll more likely try to cover up your embarrassing incompetence.
Don't count on it, sorry.
You amuse me, Mr. Bond.
It's not mutual.
Other side. Open up.
Wow.
What's that door?
"5 days to a massacre."
Wow.
Meeting you with a view to a kill. Face to face in secret places, feel the chill. Nightfall covers me, but you know the plans I'm making still.
Fucking put the projector on. Wow. Open it wide.
Say goodbye, a mystery keeping inside. The weekend's wide until we dance into the fire. That fatal kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire. To fatal sounds of broken dreams.
Into the fire. Wow. Wow.
Choice for you is you to a kid. crystal tears for the snowflakes on your body. First time
In years.
to drench your skin with lover's rosy stain. A chance to find the feelings for the flame. A chance to die. What can we take?
Wow. Now the blue, so although it looks purple on the camera here, it's kind of coming out purple because the camera's not can't differentiate between the colour. But yeah, I can see. Well, got different little settings, you know. I just wonder about the projector whether the red is shifted a little bit too high. It's hard to say without a spectrometer meter to check the color values on the thing. Wow. Maybe a bit of smoke. Maybe a bit of smoke. Yeah, a bit of light beam effect. Flat light beam effect. Mm. Yeah, a bit of light beam. Dun dun dun. Dun, 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 dun. Meeting you with a view to a kill. Secret places. Mm. Meeting you with a view to a kill. Face to face in secret places. Feel the chill. Nightfall covers me, but you know the planes are making still oversea. Could it be the whole earth opening wide? A mystery gasping inside. Until we dance into the fire. That fatal kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire. Wow. Bloody hell, wow. Wow.
We take you with a view to a kill. Face to faces in secret places, feel the chill.
I know
Cover me, but you know the plans I'm making still overseas. Could it be the whole of opening wine? A sacred wine, a mystery gaping inside.
wow.
Feel the chill. Covers me, but you know the plans I'm making.
Wow.
Covers me, but you know the plans I'm making still overseas. Could it be the whole of opening wine? A sacred wine, a mystery gaping inside.
Wow.
Covers me, but you know the plans I'm making still overseas. Could it be the whole of opening wine? A sacred wine, a mystery gaping inside. The weekend's wine until we dance into the fire. That fatal kiss is all we need.
Wow.
Into the fire, to fatal sounds, broken dreams. Dance into the fire. That fatal kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire.
Wow. 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 Knock my socks off.
Crystal tears fall as snowflakes on your body. It's time and years to drench your skin. Never throws its stain. A chance to find the feelings for the flame. A chance to die.
Wow. That's pretty neat. That's cool music. Like the different harmony values and the bass beat and drum and guitar. Wow. Don't usually like pop music, but wow, that's pretty neatly done. That's cool. And you got the Maurice Bender flipping graphics, flipping that. They're neat.
Crystal tears fall as snowflakes on your body. It's time and years to drench your skin with lover's rosy stain. A chance to find the feelings for the flame. A chance to die.
Well, total control on this system. Total control. Wow. It's interesting, the smoke, the way it moves, and then with the air conditioning on, and the way there's some sort of circulation movement with the smoke because of the weight of it, density of it. Yes. Mm. Turns into the fire, making tears, that's all we need. Let's see. Oh, wow.
I'm dazed with myself.
Wow.
Meeting you with a view to a kill. you. If you do again, between the shades, assassinations, standing still. There's crystal tears for the snowflakes on your body. It's time in years to drench your skin with lovers' roses stain.
Wow.
A chance to find the feelings for the flame. A chance to die. Can we dance into the fire? That little kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire. That little sound of broken dreams. Dance into the fire. That little kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire. When all we see is the music.
God, that's already connected. Set. Cables over 1,000. Hundreds. Hundreds. Brilliant. Dance into the fire. Wow. Kitty cat. Meow, meow. I like to get this projector uniform light, so it literally comes down this level, literally, but it won't do that. The light's only gonna go in a certain direction, unless of course I use some mirrors. A mirror. Let me see now. A mirror. Bloody projector seems a bit loud. $537 I've used on the projector. It's got a rough 30,000 hour use until that bulb needs to be changed. Dun, 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 dun. See which pink purple. Should be blue. This camera's crap on this cat. Can't really tell. Wow. Ah! Wow. Wow.
With just under a mile to race from this point. Stratford is the leader by a couple of lengths. Tarantella Lady is in second. Golden Souvenir is third after these comes 2:54. Cougar Girl 5. Heron Bay 6. And then Don't Stop the Music. And with just under a mile to race from this point. Stratford is the leader by a couple of lengths. Tarantella Lady is in second. Golden Souvenir is third after these comes 2:54. Cougar Girl 5. Heron Bay 6. And then Don't Stop the Music.
Perhaps we should add this butterfly to our collection. No?
Tell me, why do Zoran's horses beat others with far superior bloodlines?
This is a mystery.
Could he be using drugs?
Nothing showed up in the tests. Later this month, Zorin will hold his annual sales at his stud near Paris. Security is formidable, but the key to this mystery is there. And I, Achille Aubergine, intend to find it. Security is formidable, but the key to this mystery is there. And I, Achille Aubergine, intend to find it.
Wow.
Security is formidable, but the key to this mystery is there. And I, Achille Aubergine, intend to find it. Key to this mystery is there. And I, Achille Aubergine, intend to find it. Key to this mystery is there. And I, Achille Aubergine, intend to find it.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, monsieur?
There's a fly in his suit. There's a fly in his suit.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Enjoying our little party, Monsieur St. John Smythe?
Immensely. St. John's fine. Looks as though you'll have a good sale for the sale market.
Zoran's all interested. Excuse us. Come on, honey. I'll show you something really interesting.
Tell me, are you a doctor of medicine?
No. I am Mr. Zorin's breeding consultant.
Really? Then you could let me into a little secret. How is it you succeed with breeding bloodlines that other experts consider inferior?
Selective breeding is important, yeah. But more important is conditioning and desire.
Are you talking about people or horses?
My principles apply equally to human beings.
Mr. St. John Smythe, allow me to introduce myself.
Mr. Zorin, it's a great pleasure.
Well, one of the grooms asked if you go to the stables.
Of course. People or horses?
My principles apply equally to human beings.
Mr. St. John Smythe,
Desire.
Are you talking about people or horses?
My principles apply equally to human beings.
Mr. St. John Smythe, allow me to introduce myself.
Mr. Zorin, it's a great pleasure.
Well, one of the grooms asked if you go to the stables.
Of course.
You works with me?
I must congratulate you, Mr. Zorin. Your stables are magnificent.
Built in the 16th century by a duke who believed he'd be reincarnated as a horse. Have you been interested in thoroughbreds?
I must congratulate you, Mr. Zorin. Your stables are magnificent.
Built in the 16th century by a duke who believed he'd be reincarnated as a horse. Have you been interested in thoroughbreds long?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I had a rather dotty old aunt.
Built in the 16th century by a duke who believed he'd be reincarnated as a horse. Have you been interested in thoroughbreds long?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I had a rather dotty old aunt die and leave me some stables, so I thought it might be rather fun to breed and race horses. I take it you ride.
I'm happiest in the saddle.
A fellow sportsman. What about fishing? Fly casting. You ride.
I'm happiest In the saddle.
A fellow sportsman. What about fishing? Fly casting. You ride.
I'm happiest in the saddle.
A fellow sportsman. What about fishing? Fly casting. You ride.
I'm happiest in the saddle.
A fellow sportsman. What about fishing? Fly casting.
Neglecting my other guests. Enjoy yourself, you'll find the young lady stimulating.
I'm sure that. Hello. I thought you might like to join the party. By the way, the name is James St. John Snow. I'm English.
I never would have guessed.
Really? Monsieur? Well, are you buying or selling?
Selling?
Horses.
Oh, no, I'm not interested in horses.
Oh, you came to the wrong place, didn't you?
Mayday. Get her away from him.
I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before.
Have security keep a good eye on him.
Oh, by the way, you didn't say what part of the state you come from, Miss...
No, I didn't.
I suppose you travel a lot.
Your helicopter leaves in 20 minutes.
Oh, does that mean you're not staying the night? I was hoping we'd spend the evening together. Now I shall be all alone.
I doubt that.
Oh, well, let me walk you to the chopper.
That won't be necessary. Someone will take care of you.
Oh, you'll see to that personally, will you?
Meeting you with a view to a kill. Face to faces, secret places, feel the chill.
Wow.
With me, but you know the plans I'm making still overseas.
Could it be a whole of opening wide?
A secret wine, a mystery keeping inside. Weekends wide until we dance into the fire. That little kiss is all we need. Dance into the fire.
Wow, I like it. Oh, that Living Daylights is wow.
I know, I don't think it reads these ones, does it? Yeah, wrong one then. So I'm going to read those. Yeah, of course they're dubs, aren't they? That's these are. Where's the address? Oh.
So does England.
He has just left. He has just left.
Message received. We are waiting. Over and out.
Oh. Bloody hell, that's 100 decibel. Oh.
Received. We are waiting. Over and out.
Wow. Brilliant movie. Brilliant movie. Wow. You super places. Wow! 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 Wow!
Nobody does it better.
Wow!
Makes
Oh, wow.
me feel sad.
Oh, play that bit there. That was cool. What was that doing there? Oh, wow.
Nobody does it better.
Wow.
Makes me feel
That's neat.
sad for
Oh, the SAS.
nobody does it
Hey,
as
as
good
good
as
as
you.
you.
Baby, you're the best.
Wow.
I wasn't
Looking. Somehow found me. Wow. Days, of course, it's handled a little bit differently. So I divert some of it onto the SW from the stage channel because unless, of course, I think there has been some frequency low end sort of drop cut off. So, I mean, the laser disc, wow, flipping that. What they say, go music, and it just flipping that, the bass weight on it, flipping that.
Nobody does it better. Makes me feel sad for the rest. Nobody does it half as good as you. Baby, you're the best.
Wow. Well, that bass kick there on the stage, screen channel, and on the SAS. Oh, wow. I wasn't looking, but somehow you found me. I tried to hide from your light. That's why you love me. Wow.
Nobody does it better. Sometimes I wish someone could. Nobody does it quite the way you do. Why'd you have to be so good?
Wow.
The way that you
Hold me. When have you hold me? There's some kind of magic inside you that keeps me from running, but just keep it coming. And nobody does it better. Do, 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 do. Makes me feel sad for the rest. Nobody does it.
with that tank?
There was something strange about the design of her bows. I asked them to check her out.
James, that motorcycle
It's
has
been following us for the last mile.
Wow. Wow! Wow!
All those feathers and he still
Still
can't
can't
fly.
fly. Oh dear. Today, a hitman went flying off a cliff. He hit a ramp and went flying with feathers stuck to him. Whoa! La la!
All those feathers and he still can't fly.
Oh, brilliant.
Control maneuvering. We're losing electrical frequency. Control, Sora. Total power supplies failure on
Service! Blow forward, blow out!
Wow. Yeah.
Let's go! Stand by! Now, where the hell is she? My God, she's right behind us. Impossible.
Wow. 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 Oh, wow. Oh, flipping heck. All that surroundings reverberating deep. Flipping heck, the seats are going ape shit. Oh, wow. Oh, I settled. Wow. Wow. This film is knock the socks off. Knock the socks off. Flipping brilliant. Still, it's got a bit of bass. How do you define that? Growling kind of like a cat. Kind of very slow, steady, kind of build up in the pressure, I suppose. Ain't nobody does it better than JBL. Because I'm quite confident that,
my speakers behind the screen are not going to bust unless I really stupidly push them. I wonder what efficiency I'm running the damn things at. Hard to say, but I'm not. They don't need to be. But you get small speakers, and they're not going to cut it. It's going to fall flat. They might as well just be people that buy these home theatre speakers that are tiny. These, what do you call them? Calypso speakers. Come on. Might as well get the larger the cinema range, not those dinky sized things. Crying out loud, because they're just going to eat up power amplifier. They just eat it up because they just think, oh, I need a little bit more. But then you realise, like it's not doing it like what a cinema speaker does. If you're a fan of Calypso or those what do you want to call those M&K speakers? Oh, crying out! Those are more pathetic than. Might as well be a Bose speaker. Stupid overrated prices they got on them. But there was a lot more bass, like the Empire with this. It got more. How many bass? No, not exactly as many as 89. It was okay. It was okay. Yeah. Meow, 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 meow. Wow. Wow. Wow, what a nutcase stunt that is. Wow. 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 Wow.
Nobody does it better.
Makes me feel sad for the rest. Oh. Oh. Well, what fucking time is it? Oh, fuck me. Have I skipped my fucking afternoon med? That's a little bit too late to take it now. Maybe I can take it. Yeah, maybe I can.
Oh.
Makes me feel sad for me. Nobody does it half as good as you.
Wow, that surround is good there.
Baby, you're the best.
Wow.
I wasn't looking, but somehow you found me.
That's not bad, Tom.
I tried to hide from your love, but my heaven above me.
That's why you love me.
Keeping all my secrets safe tonight. Nobody does it better. Though sometimes I wish someone would. Nobody does it quite the way you do. Why'd you have to be so good?
When you hold me, whenever you hold me, there's some kind of magic inside you that keeps me from running, but just keep me coming. How you do to do the things you do.
Nobody does it better. Makes me feel sad for the rest. Nobody does it half as good as you. Baby, baby.
Wow.
Control maneuvering. We're losing electrical frequency. Control, sonar. Total power supply failure in 90 seconds.
Blow forward, blow back.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow. Fucking wow. Wow. Oh, wow. Epic that. Oh, the seats are rumbling. Oh, they're rumbling. Wow. Wow.
Nobody does it better. Makes me feel sad for the rest. Nobody does it half as good as you. Baby, you're the best.
Wow. Wow.
Nobody does it half as good as you. Baby, you're the best. I wasn't looking.
Wow.
You're the best. The best.
Wow.
Half as good as you, baby. You're the best. I wasn't looking, but somehow you found me. I tried to hide from your love, but like heaven above me, the sky above me is keeping all my secrets safe tonight. Nobody does better. Makes me feel sad for them. Nobody does it half as good as you.
Wow.
Baby, baby, darling, you're the best.
Wow. Wow. Baby, you're the best. Wow.
I wasn't looking. Better makes me feel sad for the rest. Nobody does it half as good as you, baby. You're the best. I wasn't looking, but somehow you found me.
Wow. Wow.
All those feathers may
Feathers
still
instead
have
of
fly.
play. It's the sound effects that make it funny. Squeaking like try. Whoa, why don't you just stop the damn thing? He's still going on like that. Woo.
All those feathers and he still can't fly.
Very nice location. The tropical water, or the way the blue sky's reflecting on the ocean. You've got this nice bit of kind of, I don't know, coral or something down it. It looks really nice. It's very nice. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of curious where the location is. Mediterranean or Hmm. Oh, mamma mia! Wow!
Mamma mia, che è successo? Oddio, tutto distrutto!
Hey, how's it doing?
Mamma mia, che è successo? Oddio, tutto distrutto! Oddio, tutto distrutto! Mamma mia, che è successo? Oddio, tutto distrutto!
Brilliant.
Can you swim?
Wow! 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 Wow!
It's time we said goodbye to an uninvited guest.
Wow! Wow. All right, nice high frequency there. Damaged goods. Such a lovely lady. Wow. Brilliant movie. They don't make them now like this, unfortunately. Now you get James Cameron's Mummies, AI, Basement. Oh, avatars. Under the blue sea, under the blue sea.
That's what we come to look at. You ever got the feeling somebody doesn't like you?
Wow. Wow.
Ever got the feeling somebody doesn't like you?
Wow.
You ever got the feeling somebody doesn't like you?
Wow.
It's time we said goodbye to an uninvited guest.
Wow. Wow. Right, high frequency.
goodbye to an uninvited guest.
Wow. Wow.
Alone at last. Alone at last.
Why do we seek to conquer space when 7/10 of our universe? Why do we seek to conquer space when 7/10 of our universe remains to be explored? The world beneath the sea.
You seem to be well equipped to repair that oversight, Mr. Stromberg. My name is Sterling, Robert Sterling. It's very kind of you to receive me.
Not at all. It's always a pleasure to welcome such mutual interests.
An extraordinary number of rare species.
You recognize that variety, of course.
Of course. Tururus volitans. Other fish avoid it. Those dorsal spines are laden with venom. Handsome but deadly.
I see you know your subject, Mr. Sterling.
One tries. You have a remarkable establishment here, Mr. Stromberg.
I'm somewhat of a recluse. I wish to conduct my life on my own terms and in surroundings with which I can identify. That is a privilege of wealth.
Don't you miss the outside world?
For me, this is all the world. There is beauty, there is ugliness, and there is death. I think you will find this interesting, Mr. Sterling.
An underwater city.
Fascinating, isn't it? The only hope for the future of mankind.
We all have our dreams.
No dream, Mr. Sterling. Soon a reality. I'm afraid you must excuse me. I have business to attend to. Goodbye, Mr. Sterling.
Chandor,
Yes, sir.
Jaws.
Poor lobster.
I'm assigning you the task of recovering the microfilm copy of the tracking system. Chandor, you will go with him. Obey him. Every person who even comes into contact with that microfilm is to be eliminated.
Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Pyramids!
What a helpful chap.
Where's Peckish? Pyramids!
What a helpful chap.
Where's Peckish? Pyramids! Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Pyramids! Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Pyramids! Where's Peckish? 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 Pyramids!
Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Pyramids! What? Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Pyramids! What a helpful chap. Mr. Calvert? My name is Bond. James Bond. What of it? You had an appointment with a Mr. Peckish. Well? He won't be joining you.
And from where I sit, I fancy you'll find the lady's figure hard to match.
Might the contestants at least be permitted to view the article for sale?
And now, we'll start the bidding.
Another.
Control maneuvering. We're losing electrical frequency. Control, sonar. Total power supply failure on 97.
Surface! Blow forward, blow back!
James Bond and Major Amasola have certainly been persistent. Very well. Now your curiosity can be satisfied.
Both crews aboard, sir. Missile unload completed.
You have already... And Major Amasola have certainly been persistent. Very well. Now your curiosity can be satisfied.
Both crews aboard, sir. Missile unload completed.
You have already been given their targets. Very well. Now your curiosity can be satisfied.
Both crews aboard, sir. Missile unload completed.
You have already been given their targets. At 12 noon, they will have reached firing positions. Within minutes, New York and Moscow will cease to exist. Global destruction will follow. The new era will begin.
Submarines 1 and 2. Commence departure drill.
All right, Stromberg, you've made your point. How much do you want?
How much? Whatever do you mean, Mr. Bond?
The price for not firing those nuclear missiles.
You deluded, Mr. Bond. I'm not interested in extortion. I intend to change the face of history.
By destroying the world?
By creating a world. A new and beautiful world beneath the sea. The very civilization as we know it is corrupt and decadent. Inevitably, it will destroy itself. I'm merely accelerating the process.
That does not justify mass murder.
For that, Major, I will accept the judgment of posterity.
Submarines ready for departure, sir.
Open bow doors, Captain.
Stromberg 2, you are also clear to proceed to sea. Follow astern.
Observe, Mr. Bond. The instruments of Armageddon. Put this man with the rest of the prisoners. Oh, no. The lady will be traveling to Atlantis with me. Farewell, Mr. Bond. That word has, I must admit, a welcome ring of permanency about it.
Au revoir, Anya.
Bring her.
Keep going.
Nobody does.
Oh, better.
Makes me feel safe.
For